Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. Dawn broke over the Commonwealth wasteland with characteristic gentleness, painting the ruins of the old world in muted shades of gold and copper. The rising sun transformed the desolate landscape, its warming rays softening the jagged edges of collapsed overpasses and casting long, peaceful shadows across the broken remnants of suburban neighborhoods. In the distance, a small plume of smoke rose from a cooking fire, the only sign of human habitation in what had once been a thriving residential district. Within a carefully maintained shelter constructed from salvaged materials and pre-war storage containers, Milton Harwick stirred from his methodical morning routine. His living space bore little resemblance to the typical wasteland dwelling. Instead of haphazard accumulation of survival necessities, every item occupied a designated place. Every surface remained meticulously clean, and most remarkably, entire walls were lined with filing cabinets preserved from the world before. Milton moved with the practiced efficiency of someone who had performed these same actions countless times, his movements carrying the muscle memory of decades rather than mere habit. At 67 years old, his body showed the wear of wasteland living, but his posture retained the straightness instilled by corporate training programs centuries past. His graying hair kept short and neat despite the apocalypse's general abandonment of grooming standards, framed a face marked by deep lines not merely from age but from the weight of knowledge carried far too long. The morning ritual began as always with the records. Milton approached the central filing cabinet, its metal surface polished to a dull shine through daily handling. His fingers found the familiar grooves of the handle, pulling open the drawer labeled V27 New Hampshire Sector. Inside, hundreds of manila folders stood in perfect alphabetical order, each containing the detailed records of families who had purchased Vault-Tec shelter spaces through his sales efforts. Anderson, Patricia, family of 4. Vault 27, admission confirmed October 15, 2077, he murmured to himself, extracting a folder and reviewing its contents with the same careful attention he had given it dozens of times before. The sales receipt bore his signature, his employee identification number, his commission percentage. Behind it, family photographs he had collected over the years, images salvaged from the ruins of the Anderson home during one of his many pilgrimages to document the aftermath. Each folder told a story of trust given and in most cases trust betrayed. Not through his own intentions, Milton had genuinely believed in Vault-Tec's promise of survival, but through the corporate machinery that had transformed protective shelters into experimental chambers, using the desperation of a doomed world to populate their twisted psychological studies. Today's destination held particular significance in his ongoing mission of documentation and, where possible, atonement. The settlement established by Vault 27 survivors represented one of the few instances where Vault dwellers had not only survived their experimental conditions, but had somehow transformed that trauma into the foundation for a thriving community. His records indicated at least 47 families from his sales territory had been assigned to Vault 27, and preliminary reports suggested some of their descendants might still live in the settlement. Milton carefully selected specific folders from the Vault 27 section, placing them in a specially designed carrying case that would protect the documents during travel. To these he added personal effects collected from the ruins of their homes, a wedding ring recovered from the Brennan residence, a child's drawing found preserved in the Mitchell family's basement shelter, a pocket watch engraved with the Harrison family motto. Each item had been catalogued, preserved, and waited years for the possibility of return to rightful inheritors. The preparation process extended beyond mere documents. Milton's travel pack, a modified military-issue rucksack reinforced with ballistic mesh, contained not only survival necessities but the tools of his self-imposed penance. A portable scanner for documenting new information. Preservation materials for any personal effects he might recover. Most importantly, a leather-bound journal where he recorded each successful reunion between preserved memories and surviving descendants, a record of small redemptions in a world that had seen too much loss. Stepping outside his shelter, Milton paused to observe the morning landscape. His elevated position on a hillside provided clear views across the Commonwealth, useful for both security and navigation. The route to the Vault 27 settlement would take him through several territories, some controlled by raiders, others by more reasonable factions. His age and obvious lack of valuable equipment usually allowed him passage without conflict. Few wasteland predators saw profit in robbing an old man carrying nothing but papers and memories. The morning air carried the distinct crispness of autumn in the Commonwealth, a sensation that triggered memories of October sales campaigns, of pressing families to secure their vault reservations before the end-of-year deadline. How many times had he used the changing seasons as a sales technique? Winter's coming, Mrs. Chen. Do you really want to face it without knowing your family has guaranteed shelter? The irony that nuclear winter had indeed come, lasting far longer than any natural season, was not lost on him. Milton's route took him first through the ruins of Concord, its historic significance now doubled, once the birthplace of American independence, later one of the first communities to fall during the Resource War's final escalation. His footsteps echoed on broken asphalt as he navigated familiar streets, each building holding memories of sales calls, of families convinced, of commissions earned on what he had believed was humanity's salvation. The Brennan house stood on what had been Maple Street, its colonial architecture now reduced to a skeleton of charred timbers and collapsed walls. Milton paused here, as he always did when passing, to pay brief respects. The Brennans had been one of his first Vault 27 sales, a young family with twin daughters, convinced by his presentation about educational opportunities within the Vault's enhanced learning environment. His records suggested both daughters had survived the Vault's experiments, though what those experiments had entailed remained frustratingly vague in the scattered reports he had gathered. Continuing through Concord's remains, Milton's path intersected with a small trading caravan moving in the same general direction. The guards, armed with pipe weapons and wearing improvised armor, watched him with professional wariness that relaxed upon recognizing his harmless appearance. The caravan master, a weather-beaten woman named Eliza, whom Milton had encountered before, offered a brief nod of acknowledgement. "Morning, Milton. Heading out to document more of your old sales." Her tone carried no mockery, merely the casual familiarity of wasteland encounters. Most traders knew of Milton's peculiar mission, viewing it as harmless eccentricity rather than the consuming drive for redemption that it truly represented. The Vault 27 settlement, Milton confirmed, adjusting his pack's weight distribution with practiced movements. "I have materials that might interest some of their residents. Yourself, same destination. They're good customers, always have surplus produce to trade, unlike most settlements scrambling just to survive. Might be we could travel together if you're amenable, safer for all concerned." Milton accepted the offer with quiet gratitude. While he had made this journey alone many times, the company of armed guards would allow him to focus on reviewing his records rather than constant environmental vigilance. As the expanded group resumed movement, he fell into step near the center of the caravan, his pace matching theirs with the steady rhythm of experienced wasteland travel. The journey continued through the morning hours, following trade routes established by generations of post-war survivors. These paths wound between the most dangerous ruins, skirting territories claimed by hostile factions while connecting the scattered points of civilization that had emerged from nuclear devastation. Milton used the travel time to review his Vault-27 files once more, ensuring he had memorized relevant details that might help identify descendants or provide closure to those seeking information about Vault-dwelling relatives. Vault-27's experimental parameters, as best as he had been able to determine from scattered records and survivor accounts, had focused on accelerated social adaptation through controlled environmental stresses. In practical terms, this appeared to have involved constantly changing living conditions, temperature variations, light cycle disruptions, random relocations of personal quarters, unpredictable scheduling of basic necessities. The intended goal, according to a partially recovered Vault-Tec memo, was to create a population capable of rapid adaptation to any environment, preparing them for the uncertain conditions of post-war surface life. That the experiment had partially succeeded seemed evident in the settlement's unusual prosperity. Unlike many Vault populations that had struggled to adapt after emerging, Vault-27 survivors had apparently transformed their forced adaptability into a practical advantage, quickly establishing successful agricultural systems and defensive positions that had allowed their community to thrive where others merely survived. The caravan's steady progress brought them through several memorable locations from Milton's pre-war sales territory. Each triggered cascades of memory: the shopping center where he had set up recruitment booths, the community center where he had delivered presentations to worried families, the schools where he had distributed colorful brochures promising safety and continuity of education within Vault-Tec facilities. Now these structures stood as hollow monuments to a world consumed by its own fears, their parking lots cracked and overgrown, their windows dark and empty. "You really sold them spots in those vaults?" one of the younger caravan guards asked during a brief rest stop, his tone carrying the skeptical curiosity of someone born long after the bombs fell. To him, the pre-war world existed only in stories and salvaged fragments, as remote as ancient history. Milton nodded, accepting the implicit judgment in the question without defensiveness. "I believed I was saving lives." Vault-Tec's marketing materials were very convincing, and the threat of nuclear war was real. We all knew it was coming, the only question was when. But the experiments, the guard began, then trailed off, perhaps recognizing the weight his words carried for someone who had been part of the system. "We didn't know," Milton replied simply, the same words he had repeated countless times to himself and others. The sales force was kept completely separate from the experimental divisions. "We sold safety, community, continuation of the American way of life. The betrayal of that trust." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "That's why I do this. The least I can offer is truth and whatever closure I can provide." The caravan master intervened before the conversation could become uncomfortable, directing the group to resume travel. Milton appreciated her tact, though he had long since moved past taking offense at such questions. For each person who learned about his past role represented another small acknowledgement of Vault-Tec's betrayal, another witness to the truth behind the corporate promises. As afternoon approached, the landscape began showing signs of successful human habitation. Fields of mutated but thriving crops appeared alongside the road, their neat rows suggesting agricultural knowledge and consistent maintenance. Guard posts constructed from salvaged materials monitored approaches to the settlement, their occupants alert but not hostile, weapons present but not prominently displayed. These were the hallmarks of a community that had achieved the delicate balance between necessary security and welcoming commerce. The settlement itself appeared gradually as they crested a final rise, unlike the haphazard construction typical of raider camps or the desperate improvisations of struggling communities. This settlement demonstrated planning and progressive development. A central cluster of permanent structures, some clearly salvaged from Vault 27's components, was surrounded by expanding rings of newer construction. Gardens and greenhouses occupied significant space, while what appeared to be a school suggested investment in future generations. Most remarkably, Milton could identify architectural elements that seemed directly inspired by Vault design but adapted for surface living. The curved walls that had once been necessities of underground construction now served as wind barriers. The modular construction methods developed for Vault expansion had been repurposed for flexible surface buildings. Even the distinctive blue and yellow coloring of Vault suits had been transformed into a kind of community identifier, with many residents wearing clothing that incorporated those colors in subtle ways. The caravan's arrival at the settlement's main gate proceeded with practiced efficiency. Guards who clearly recognized Eliza and her team waved them through after perfunctory searches, their attention lingering slightly longer on Milton as an unfamiliar addition to the group. His explanation of his purpose, delivering preserved pre-war materials to Vault descendants, earned curious looks but no hostility. "You'll want to speak with Vista," one guard suggested, her tone helpful rather than dismissive. "She coordinates most matters involving Vault heritage. You'll find her at the community center, the large curved building near the middle of town." Milton thanked her and separated from the caravan with mutual wishes for successful commerce. His path to the community center allowed him to observe the settlement's daily life more closely. Children played in supervised groups, their games showing the kind of coordination that suggested regular community activities. Adults moved with purpose between various tasks, tending gardens, maintaining equipment, teaching skills to younger residents. The overall atmosphere was one of organized productivity rather than mere survival, a community that had moved beyond basic needs to consider quality of life. The community center itself represented an impressive feat of adaptive architecture, all thoroughly constructed primarily from Vault components. Its curved walls and reinforced structure had been modified with windows and skylights that would have been impossible in an underground facility. The Vault-Tec logo, still visible on some panels, had been artistically incorporated into a larger mural depicting the community's emergence and growth, neither erasing the past nor allowing it to dominate the present. Inside, Milton found an environment that balanced Vault aesthetics with surface practicality. The familiar blue and yellow color scheme remained but softened with natural materials and living plants that would never have survived in recycled Vault air. Community bulletin boards displayed work schedules, educational opportunities, and social events with an organization that reflected the settlement's Vault heritage while embracing their new freedom. Vista proved to be a woman in her 40s with the kind of measured demeanor that suggested both natural authority and earned respect. Her clothing combined practical wasteland gear with subtle Vault suit styling, and her office, a repurposed overseer's station based on the distinctive window design, reflected the same balance between past and present that characterized the entire settlement. "You're the Vault-Tec representative," she stated upon his introduction, her tone neutral rather than hostile. "We've heard stories about someone traveling the Commonwealth with pre-war records. I'll admit I wasn't certain whether to believe them." Milton placed his carrying case on her desk with careful movements, aware of the weight this moment carried. Milton Harwick, former senior sales associate for the New Hampshire sector. "I have documentation and preserved personal effects for 47 families assigned to Vault 27. I've spent the years since the war trying to return these materials to survivors or their descendants." Vista's expression remained controlled, but Milton detected subtle shifts suggesting complex emotions beneath her professional demeanor. "And what do you hope to accomplish with this penance?" The directness of her question deserved an equally direct response. "I don't seek forgiveness, that's not mine to request or receive. I offer truth, preserved memories, and answers where I can provide them. Many descendants have questions about their vault-dwelling ancestors. Some find closure in recovering personal effects. Others simply want to understand the full context of their heritage. I provide what service I can." Vista studied him for a long moment before nodding slowly. Your timing is fortuitous. Tomorrow marks our Emergence Day celebration, the anniversary of our ancestors' escape from Vault 27. Many families gather to share stories and remember those who didn't survive the experiments. Your materials might be welcome, though I can't speak for individual reactions. She rose from her desk, gesturing for him to follow. I'll arrange temporary accommodation for you and spread word of your presence. Those who wish to examine your records may do so. Those who prefer to leave the past buried have that right as well. We've learned to respect both choices here. The guest quarters Vista provided were simple but comfortable, clearly designed for visiting traders and other temporary residents. Milton spent the remaining daylight hours organizing his materials, preparing for what he expected would be numerous inquiries once word spread of his presence. Each folder was reviewed once more, personal effects carefully arranged, his journal open to a fresh page for documenting new information. As evening settled over the settlement, Milton could observe Emergence Day preparations through his window. Decorations in Vault blue and yellow appeared on buildings, mixed with garlands of mutated flowers that had adapted to thrive in irradiated soil. The sound of children practicing what appeared to be a historical performance drifted on the evening air, their young voices reciting words about survival and adaptation. A knock at his door interrupted his observations. Milton opened it to find an elderly man, perhaps a decade older than himself, whose worn Vault suit suggested he was among the original Vault 27 residents rather than their descendants. Name's Cobalt, the man introduced himself, his voice carrying the distinctive raspness of age and hardship. Vista mentioned you were here, said you were the one who sold Vault spots before the war. Milton nodded, studying Cobalt's weathered features for any sign of recognition. I was. Did we meet? I maintained offices in Concord and Lexington, conducted home visits throughout the region. October 12th, 2077, Cobalt replied with surprising specificity. You came to our house on Elmwood Drive, had all your charts and projections, your talk about safety and preserving the American dream. My wife Sarah was pregnant with our first child. You made it sound like the Vault was our only hope. The memory surfaced with uncomfortable clarity. The Elmwood Drive campaign had been one of his most successful, nearly every family on the street convinced to purchase Vault admission. He remembered Sarah's worried questions about medical facilities, his assurances about Vault-Tec's advanced healthcare systems. I remember Milton acknowledged quietly, your wife was concerned about prenatal care in the Vault. I assured her Vault-Tec's medical facilities exceeded any surface hospital. Cobalt's laugh carried no humor. Oh, they had medical facilities all right. Used them to monitor how pregnancy progressed under constant environmental stresses. R2, Sarah delivered during one of their temperature experiments, 40 degrees in the delivery room. She survived. Baby survived. But it was the beginning of understanding what we'd really signed up for. Milton felt the familiar weight of culpability settling over him, but refused to look away from Cobalt's steady gaze. This was why he made these journeys, not for easy absolution, but for these moments of truth, however painful. Your family? Milton asked, needing to know the full scope of consequences. Sarah died during year 7. Radiation experiment went wrong, or right, depending on your perspective of their research goals. Our son Marcus survived, even thrived in a twisted way. The experiments made us tough. I'll give them that. Marcus leads our agricultural division now. Grew up adapting to anything the overseers threw at us. Has 3 kids of his own, all born free out here. The complexity of outcomes, tragedy mixed with survival, horror transformed into strength, reflected the fuller picture Milton had discovered in many settlements. Simple narratives of complete disaster or miraculous salvation rarely captured the messy reality of how Vault experiments had played out across generations. I have some of your family's documents, Milton offered, moving to his organized materials. Your original purchase agreement, but also some photographs I recovered from your home, and Sarah's locket. I found it in your bedroom dresser, thought someone might want it preserved. Cobalt's composure cracked slightly upon seeing the small silver locket, his weathered hand trembling as he accepted it. She wore this on our wedding day, thought it was lost forever when we entered the vault. They made us leave everything personal behind, said it would interfere with the community building protocols. The two men sat in silence for several moments, the weight of shared history creating an unexpected bond. Finally, Cobalt spoke again, his voice steadier. I spent years hating you, not you personally, but the idea of you, the smooth-talking salesman who convinced us to trade our freedom for corporate lies. But sitting here now, seeing you've spent decades trying to make some kind of amends. Hell, we were all just trying to survive in our own ways, weren't we? Milton found his voice thick with unexpected emotion. I believed what I was selling. That's not an excuse, maybe it makes it worse. But yes, we were all caught in the same trap, just from different angles. Cobalt rose to leave, pocketing the locket with careful reverence. I won't offer forgiveness, that's not mine to give for all the families that didn't make it. But I won't carry hate for a man who's trying to do right by the past. You're welcome to attend tomorrow's ceremony if you wish. Might help you understand what Vault 27 became, for better and worse. After Cobalt's departure, Milton spent the remaining evening hours in quiet reflection. Through his window, he could see the settlement preparing for tomorrow's commemoration. Families gathering, stories being shared, children learning history their parents had lived. The contrast with typical Vault survivor communities was striking. Many emerged broken and scattered. Vault 27's descendants had transformed shared trauma into collective strength. On the row storing debt. Climb key storing debt. His journal entry that night was longer than usual, attempting to capture the complexity of emotions and outcomes he had encountered. The simple narrative of corporate evil and innocent victims failed to encompass the full truth. People like Cobalt who had survived and even thrived despite the experiments. Children born into hardship who knew no other life and had built something meaningful from it. Communities that had transformed betrayal into motivation for creating something better. Dawn arrived with the settlement already active. Emergence Day preparations creating an atmosphere of purposeful celebration. Milton joined the gathering crowds in the central plaza, where a stage had been constructed for the day's ceremonies. His presence drew curious looks and occasional whispers, but no hostility. Cobalt's acceptance had apparently spread through the community's efficient communication networks. Vista opened the ceremony with a speech that balanced commemoration with forward focus. She spoke of the 33 original Vault dwellers who had organized the escape when experiments became unbearable, the 27 who had survived the dangerous early years on the surface, the 15 who still lived among them as village elders. Each name was received with respectful applause, acknowledgement of sacrifice and survival equally weighted. We gather not to celebrate the Vault. Vista continued, her voice carrying clearly across the assembled crowd, but to honor those who refused to accept that corporate experiments defined their fate. Our ancestors transformed manipulation into adaptation, control into cooperation, isolation into community. We are not Vault-Tec's success story. We succeeded despite them, not because of them. The historical performance by the settlement's children followed, their young voices reciting words that transformed corporate slogans into statements of independence. Prepared for the future became a commitment to teaching practical skills. A better life underground was inverted to celebrate surface freedom. The Vault-Tec jingle, familiar from 1,000 pre-war advertisements, was sung with new words about emergence and renewal. As the ceremony continued, various families approached Milton to examine his preserved records. Each interaction carried its own emotional weight: joy at recovered photographs, sorrow for confirmed losses, complex feelings about documents that represented both betrayal and survival. Milton recorded each exchange in his journal, adding new information to his files, creating an ever more complete picture of Vault 27's legacy. Marcus, Cobalt's son, proved to be a tall man in his 40s, with the kind of practical competence that came from lifetime adaptation to challenging circumstances. His reaction to Milton's presence was more pragmatic than his father's emotional response. The experiments taught us to adapt or die, Marcus explained during their conversation. Horrific pedagogy, but effective. When we emerged, the wasteland seemed almost easy compared to what the overseers put us through. Random radiation storms. We'd survived worse. Food shortages. The Vault had trained us to function on minimal calories. In a twisted way, their tortures prepared us better than any legitimate training program. This perspective, echoed by other descendants throughout the day, complicated Milton's understanding of his role in their history. Yes, he had sold them into corporate experiments, but those who survived had transformed that experience into a source of strength. Did that minimize his culpability or make it more complex? The question had no easy answer. The day's activities included practical demonstrations of skills developed in the vault and adapted for surface use. The settlement's hydroponic gardens utilized techniques originally designed for vault food production, but improved through trial and error. Their construction methods showed clear vault influence, but with innovations that improved on the original designs. Even their governance structure, based on rotating councils that prevented any individual from accumulating too much power, reflected lessons learned from the Vault's autocratic overseer system. As afternoon gave way to evening, Milton found himself in extended conversation with Vista about the broader implications of Vault experiments across the Commonwealth. Her knowledge, gathered from encounters with other Vault survivors and traveling traders, painted a picture of widely varying outcomes from Vault-Tec's programs. Some Vaults produced nothing but corpses and madness, she acknowledged. Others, like ours, created survivors who built something from the ashes. The variable seems to be whether the experiments left room for human adaptation and agency. Our Vault's constant changes were horrible, but they never quite broke our ability to think and plan. Other Vaults removed even that. Milton shared what information he had gathered from other settlements, creating an informal exchange of historical documentation that both found valuable. Vista's practical interest in understanding other Vault outcomes for potential alliance building overlapped with Milton's need to understand the full scope of Vault-Tec's impact. As the formal ceremonies concluded, the settlement transitioned into a more casual evening of shared meals and storytelling. Milton was invited to join Cobalt's extended family gathering, an inclusion that touched him more deeply than he expected. Sitting among 3 generations of Vault 27 descendants, sharing simple food and complex histories, he experienced something he hadn't felt in decades, a sense of connection beyond guilt and obligation. The stories shared that evening painted a fuller picture of Vault 27's internal culture during the experimental years. Residents had developed elaborate systems for mutual support, despite the overseers' attempts to create competition and isolation. Secret communication networks, shared resources, collective child-rearing arrangements, all evolved as survival mechanisms against corporate manipulation. These same systems had become the foundation for their successful settlement, trust forged in shared adversity, creating bonds stronger than mere proximity. The overseer never understood, one elderly woman explained, her eyes bright with memory and defiance. Every stress they applied, every division they tried to create, we turned into reason to rely on each other more. They wanted to study adaptation. We adapted all right, adapted to resist their control while seeming to comply. As the evening progressed toward night, Milton found himself reflecting on the unexpected complexity of redemption and responsibility. He had come offering records and apologies, expecting either forgiveness or condemnation. Instead, he had found something more nuanced, a community that had integrated their traumatic origins into a functional identity, neither defined by their Vault experience nor able to forget it. When the time came to retire, Vista approached him with a proposal. We're establishing a historical archive to preserve our community's full story. Your records would be valuable additions if you're willing to share copies. We believe in remembering the complete truth, including the role of people like you who acted within a corrupt system without understanding its full nature. Milton agreed immediately, spending several hours that night creating duplicates of relevant documents for their archive. The act felt like a small step toward the kind of truth-telling that might prevent future generations from repeating similar mistakes. His originals would continue traveling with him, but knowing copies would remain here, integrated into the community's self-documentation, provided a different kind of satisfaction than his usual brief reunions. The next morning brought farewells and unexpected gifts. Several families offered him preserved foods for his journey, practical recognition of his efforts despite their complex feelings about his past role. Marcus provided a detailed map marking other known Vault survivor settlements, understanding that Milton's mission would continue beyond their community. Even Cobalt, still processing the return of his wife's locket, offered gruff words of encouragement. "You can't undo the past," the old man observed, as Milton prepared to depart. "None of us can, but you're doing something more useful, making sure it's remembered honestly, that matters more than you might think." Vista accompanied him to the settlement gate, their final conversation touching on philosophical questions that had no easy answers. How did one measure culpability in systems where information was compartmentalized? What responsibility did individuals bear for organizational crimes they enabled unknowingly? How could redemption be pursued when forgiveness from many victims was impossible because they hadn't survived? "I think," Vista offered as they reached the gate, "the measure isn't in achieving absolution, but in persistent effort toward truth and service. You've spent decades trying to provide closure and preserve memory. That work has value regardless of whether it balances some cosmic scale of justice. The families who received their photographs back, the descendants who learned their ancestors' stories, those small acts of restoration matter." Milton departed the Vault-27 settlement with his burden neither lifted nor increased, but somehow transformed. The guilt remained, would always remain, but alongside it now sat a more complex understanding of how his actions had rippled through history. Some waves had crashed destructively, others had been transformed by human resilience into foundations for building anew. The road ahead stretched through familiar wasteland, leading to other settlements, other reunions, other fragments of truth to be delivered. His pack contained fewer documents now, copies left behind to become part of the historical record, but his journal held new pages of information, new connections mapped between past and present. As the settlement receded behind him, Milton could hear the distant sounds of daily life resuming, children attending school, adults working gardens, the continuous activity of a community that had refused to be defined by its traumatic origins. They were not Vault-Tec's success story, as Vista had said, but their own, built on the bones of corporate betrayal but reaching towards something better. The morning sun climbed higher, warming the Commonwealth landscape as Milton continued his methodical journey. Somewhere ahead lay other vaults, other survivors, other opportunities to deliver preserved truth and document living history. His mission would never be complete, too many had been lost for that, but incompleteness didn't negate purpose. Each folder delivered, each story preserved, each connection made between past and present added to a collective understanding that might perhaps help prevent similar betrayals in humanity's slow reconstruction. Behind him, the Vault-27 settlement continued its daily rhythms, a living testament to the complexity of survival and the human capacity to transform even corporate malfeasance into community strength. Their Emergence Day would come again next year, and the year after, each iteration adding new layers to their story while remembering those who had made their freedom possible through sacrifice and ingenuity. Milton walked on, an old man carrying older papers, pursuing a redemption that could never be complete, but was no less necessary for its impossibility. The Commonwealth stretched before him, vast and broken but not empty, filled with the scattered seeds of humanity's stubborn refusal to surrender to its own mistakes. In that refusal lay whatever hope existed, not for forgetting the past, but for remembering it honestly enough to build something better. His footsteps carried him steadily forward, each placement careful and considered, much like his mission itself. There would be other settlements by nightfall, other opportunities to practice the patient work of documentation and truth-telling. The burden would remain, but so would the purpose. In a world rebuilt from atomic ashes, perhaps that was enough. Not absolution, but persistent effort. Not forgiveness, but truthful remembrance. Not erasure of the past, but its integration into a more honest future. The sun reached its zenith as Milton created a small rise, revealing the Commonwealth spread before him in all its terrible beauty. Somewhere among those ruins were more survivors, more stories, more fragments of the world that was and the world that might yet be. He adjusted his pack, confirmed his direction, and continued walking, a living bridge between past betrayal and future possibility, carrying memories forward one careful step at a time. As the afternoon sun traced its path across the Commonwealth sky, Milton's steady progress brought him past the ruins of a small medical clinic, its faded sign still partially visible. He paused, remembering how many times he had referenced Vault-Tec's superior medical facilities in his sales presentations. The memory triggered thoughts of another vault, another set of records waiting in his files. Vault 81 had marketed itself as a medical research facility, promising advanced healthcare for all residents. His records showed he had convinced several medical professionals to purchase spots there, believing they would be contributing to the preservation of medical knowledge for humanity's benefit. Now, travelers' tales suggested Vault 81 had indeed maintained its medical focus, though whispers of hidden experiments reminded him that Vault-Tec's promises always carried hidden costs. As night falls on Milton's journey from the Vault 27 settlement, our next tale beckons from the sterile halls of a very different vault. Join us for the corporate confession. The morning sun filtered through reinforced windows of the trading post, casting geometric patterns across walls lined with carefully organized salvage. Sterling McKennan moved through his workshop with the practiced efficiency of someone who had performed these routines for countless dawns, each movement precise and economical. The space itself defied typical wasteland aesthetics, tools arranged by function and frequency of use, workbenches clear of debris, diagnostic equipment that most would dismiss as worthless junk, but which trained eyes would recognize as sophisticated pre-war technology. At 58 years old, Sterling carried himself with the upright posture of someone who had once commanded boardrooms rather than repair shops. His graying hair, trimmed short with scissors sharpened to surgical precision, framed features that had aged well despite the harsh realities of post-apocalyptic survival. The lines around his eyes came not from laughter, but from years of squinting at technical specifications, first in fluorescent-lit offices and now by lamplight in his converted workshop. The morning ritual began with systems checks, a holdover from his previous life that had proven invaluable in his current one. Power consumption readings from the overnight period, inventory status of critical components, functionality tests on diagnostic equipment. Each data point was recorded in a ledger that would have looked at home in any pre-war corporation, columns neat and calculations precise. The difference lay in what he tracked now, not profit margins and market share, but community impact and resource sustainability. His first customer arrived as the sun fully cleared the horizon, the bell above his door chiming with a pleasant tone he had calibrated to be audible but not jarring. Mrs. Chen, a settler from the nearby farming community of Green Garden, carried a water purifier that had seen better decades. Her weathered face showed the relief common to those who had found Sterling's services, reasonable prices, reliable repairs, and no questions asked about payment terms for those truly in need. "Morning, Sterling," she greeted, setting the device on his primary workbench with careful movements that spoke of its value to her family's survival. "It's making that grinding sound again. Started 3 days ago, getting worse each morning." Sterling examined the purifier with the focused attention of someone who understood that functional equipment meant the difference between health and radiation sickness. His hands moved with surprising delicacy as he removed the outer casing, revealing internal components that most wasteland mechanics would have declared irreparable. Where they saw corroded circuits and worn filters, Sterling recognized patterns, design philosophies he had once helped develop in another life, weaknesses he had identified in corporate meetings where profit had outweighed durability. The primary filtration matrix is degrading, he explained, his voice carrying the measured tone of someone translating complex concepts for practical understanding. The grinding is from particulate buildup in the secondary chamber. I can clean it today, but you'll need a replacement matrix within 6 months. I'll fabricate one from salvaged components. Should last another 5 years if maintained properly. Mrs. Chen's relief was palpable. The last mechanic said we'd need a whole new unit, wanted 300 caps, and couldn't guarantee it would last the season. Sterling suppressed the familiar flicker of anger at wasteland profiteering. His previous life had taught him the true cost of components, the wholesale prices that Vault-Tec had negotiated with suppliers. That knowledge, combined with his technical expertise, allowed him to provide services at rates that barely covered materials while still maintaining the fiction of a struggling repair shop. As he worked on the purifier, his movements settled into the meditative rhythm that made these repairs almost therapeutic. Each component cleaned, each connection tested, each seal verified. The methodical process provided structure to days that might otherwise blur together in their similarity. His hands performed tasks they had never been trained for in corporate seminars, yet the underlying principles remained the same. Identify the problem, implement the solution, verify functionality. The bell chimed again as his workspace filled with the morning's typical traffic. A caravan guard needing her laser rifle recalibrated. A young settler with a broken radio he hoped to repair for his grandfather. A farming collective representative seeking advice on optimizing their irrigation systems. Sterling attended to each with equal focus, his expertise transforming broken technology into functional tools that improved lives in tangible ways. Between customers, he found moments to maintain his own equipment. The diagnostic tools required careful calibration, their pre-war circuitry demanding respect for tolerances that post-war manufacturing couldn't match. His oscilloscope, disguised as cobbled-together salvage but actually a pristine Vault-Tec industrial model, needed daily adjustment to maintain accuracy. The spectrum analyzer, hidden behind seemingly random electronic components, required periodic cleaning to prevent dust interference. It was during one such maintenance interval that Sterling noticed the distinctive power armor footprints in the dust outside his window. Brotherhood of Steel, based on the tread pattern and weight distribution. His hands continued their work without pause, but his awareness sharpened. The Brotherhood's interest in technology made any encounter with them potentially complicated for someone harboring the secrets he carried. The morning progressed with its usual rhythm until the bell announced what he had been expecting. 3 figures entered, 2 knights in full T-60 power armor and a scribe in lighter field gear. Their presence filled the modest shop, power armor servos humming with barely contained energy. Other customers quickly found reasons to complete their business and depart, leaving Sterling alone with the Brotherhood representatives. Good morning, Sterling greeted them with professional calm, setting down his tools with deliberate care. How can I assist the Brotherhood today? The lead knight, identifiable by the sergeant stripes on her armor, removed her helmet to reveal a scarred face that had seen significant combat. Her eyes swept the shop with practiced assessment, lingering on equipment that most would overlook, but which trained observers would recognize as suspiciously advanced. Sergeant Durant, she introduced herself with military brevity. This is Knight Thompson and Scribe Beacon. We're investigating reports of unusual technical capabilities in this region. Your establishment has been mentioned multiple times. Sterling maintained his expression of mild curiosity mixed with appropriate caution, the face of a competent mechanic who had nothing to hide but understood the weight of Brotherhood attention. I repair things, water purifiers, generators, basic electronics. Nothing that would interest an organization with your resources. Scribe Beacon stepped forward, her younger face showing the intellectual curiosity that drove the Brotherhood's technological preservation mission. Unlike the knight's warrior bearing, she moved with the careful precision of a researcher approaching an interesting problem. Perhaps not the repairs themselves, she acknowledged, consulting a datapad that likely contained reports from multiple sources, but the consistency of success, the sophistication of solutions implemented with apparently limited resources. These patterns interest us. Green Garden's irrigation system, for instance. Their yield has increased 40% since you optimized their distribution network. Sterling recognized the interrogation technique, present knowledge to encourage additional disclosure. His corporate background had included enough security briefings to understand the dance being performed. The question became how much truth to blend with misdirection. I've had good teachers, he replied, allowing a hint of pride to color his tone. Picked up knowledge from various sources over the years. Pre-war manuals, experienced mechanics, trial and error. The wasteland rewards those who pay attention. Knight Thompson, silent until now, gestured toward the diagnostic equipment partially visible behind Sterling's workbench. That oscilloscope. The frequency range suggests military specifications, not typically found in civilian repair shops. Sterling's mind catalogued rapid options before settling on partial truth. Salvaged from a military depot years ago. Took months to repair, longer to understand its full capabilities. But yes, it allows precision work beyond typical wasteland standards. Interesting, Scribe Beacon noted, her fingers dancing across her datapad. The depot near Lexington. Records indicate that facility was stripped decades ago. Yet, you found functional equipment others missed. The questioning continued with professional thoroughness. Each answer Sterling provided technically true while carefully avoiding the complete picture. Yes, he had formal training, apprenticed to an older mechanic who had served at military facilities. Yes, he possessed unusual equipment, salvaged through patient searching and careful restoration. Yes, his success rate exceeded typical expectations, the result of methodical approach and genuine concern for customer outcomes. Throughout the interrogation, Sterling observed Scribe Beacon's growing fascination with the technical challenges discussed. Her questions evolved from investigation to genuine interest in engineering solutions, particularly regarding water purification and agricultural optimization. He recognized the look, the same expression he had once worn in Vault-Tec laboratories when confronting elegant solutions to complex problems. The mineral extraction system you designed for Ten Pines Bluff, she pressed, abandoning pretense of casual inquiry. It demonstrates understanding of molecular-level filtration that exceeds even pre-war civilian applications. How did you develop such specifications without access to proper testing equipment? Sterling paused, weighing options. The Brotherhood possessed enough technical knowledge to recognize the sophistication of his solutions. Continued deflection might raise more suspicions than selective honesty. Sometimes, he said carefully, surviving technical documentation provides insights beyond immediate applications. Principles designed for one system can be adapted to others if you understand the underlying science. The wasteland has taught me to see connections others might miss. Sergeant Durant raised a hand, ending Beacon's increasingly excited technical discussion. Mr. Sterling, the Brotherhood's mission involves preserving and protecting technology that could benefit humanity while preventing its misuse. Your skills, whatever their origin, clearly serve positive purposes. We have no current concerns about your activities. She paused, her scarred features adopting a more thoughtful expression. However, we are investigating several sites that may contain preserved technical archives. Pre-war facilities with potential intact databases. Someone with your expertise might provide valuable consultation if you were interested in temporary contract work. Sterling recognized the test within the offer. Accept too eagerly, and they might suspect hidden motivations. Refuse entirely, and they might wonder what he wished to avoid. His response required the balance he had perfected over years of hiding in plain sight. I appreciate the offer, he replied with genuine consideration. My primary commitment remains to the communities I serve here. However, if the Brotherhood encounters specific technical challenges where my experience might help preserve beneficial technology, I would be willing to consult on a limited basis. The negotiation concluded with an exchange of contact protocols and an understanding that the Brotherhood might call upon his expertise for specific challenges. As the three departed, Sterling caught Scribe Beacon glancing back with the expression of someone who suspected there were deeper layers to uncover but lacked immediate justification for pursuing them. With the shop empty, Sterling allowed himself a moment of release, tension flowing out through controlled breathing. The encounter had gone better than many scenarios he had imagined, but it represented an escalation in visibility he had hoped to avoid. The Brotherhood's interest, even if currently benign, meant additional scrutiny on his activities. He returned to Mrs. Chen's water purifier with renewed focus, completing the restoration with meticulous attention to detail. Each component cleaned, each seal verified, each connection tested twice. The familiar work helped center his thoughts, providing the meditative structure that had allowed him to maintain psychological balance through years of careful deception. The afternoon brought his regular customer Haven, whose arrival Sterling had both anticipated and dreaded since the Brotherhood's visit. Haven represented everything Sterling valued about his current life, a community leader who prioritized collective welfare over individual profit, someone who had transformed personal tragedy into motivation for protecting others. Their professional relationship had evolved into something approaching friendship, built on mutual respect and shared commitment to community service. "Heard you had official visitors," Haven commented while unpacking several damaged components from Sanctuary Hill's power grid. His tone carried concern rather than curiosity, the worry of someone who had learned to value reliable allies in an unreliable world. "The Brotherhood investigated my technical capabilities," Sterling confirmed, examining the damaged components with professional focus. "No immediate concerns, though they may request consultation on future projects." Haven studied him with the perceptiveness that made him an effective community leader. "You're not worried about them discovering whatever it is you're not telling us about your past?" The directness caught Sterling off guard, though he maintained his examination of the power components. In the years since establishing his shop, he had never explicitly lied about his background, but neither had he volunteered information. The careful balance had allowed him to serve without confronting the weight of full disclosure. "We all have pasts," Sterling replied carefully. "Mine included technical training that I now use to help communities like yours. The specific details matter less than current applications." "That's been my thinking," Haven agreed, his weathered features showing understanding rather than suspicion. "You've helped Sanctuary more than any trader or technical expert we've encountered. Your past is your business, until it affects our present." They worked together on the power components, Sterling identifying failure points while Haven provided context about the settlement's expanding energy needs. The collaborative process felt natural, two people with different expertise working toward common goals. Sterling found himself explaining technical concepts with more depth than usual, trusting Haven's intelligence to grasp implications without requiring full context. "The settlement's growth is straining your original grid design," Sterling observed, sketching modifications on a piece of salvaged paper. "These components failed because they're carrying loads beyond specifications. I can repair them, but without infrastructure upgrades, you'll face cascading failures within months." Haven studied the sketches with the focus of someone who understood lives depended on infrastructure reliability. "What would you recommend?" "We have some technical capability, but nothing approaching your expertise." Sterling considered the question deeply. The optimal solution would involve components and techniques directly derived from Vault-Tec power management systems technology he understood intimately but couldn't reference without revealing his background. Yet providing suboptimal recommendations would doom Sanctuary to eventual infrastructure collapse. "I'll develop a comprehensive upgrade plan," he decided, choosing community welfare over personal security. "It will require specific components that might be difficult to source, but I can provide detailed specifications. With proper implementation, your grid could support triple your current population." The gratitude in Haven's expression reinforced Sterling's conviction that his technical knowledge, whatever its origins, found proper purpose in community service. They concluded their business with plans for Sterling to visit Sanctuary for detailed infrastructure assessment, a deepening of involvement that both excited and concerned him. Evening approached with its familiar rhythms. Sterling closed his shop to regular customers but continued working in the back room, developing the technical specifications he had promised Haven. His hidden references, Vault-Tec manuals, corporate technical specifications, design documents from projects he had overseen, provided the foundation for solutions that would transform Sanctuary's struggling infrastructure into a model of post-war engineering. As he worked, his mind wandered to the moral complexities of his situation. The knowledge he applied to help communities came directly from the same corporate structure that had betrayed humanity's trust. Every successful repair, every optimized system, every life improved through his technical expertise, all stemmed from training received in service to Vault-Tec's grand deception. The knock at his private entrance came as full darkness settled over the Commonwealth. Sterling recognized the pattern, 3 short, 2 long, identifying a specific contact from his network of information sources. He opened the door to find Cooper, a traveling merchant who specialized in technical salvage and gossip in equal measure. "Evening, Sterling," Cooper greeted, his merchant's smile not quite reaching eyes that showed concern. "Thought you should know. Brotherhood's been asking questions about you in other settlements. Nothing aggressive, just thorough." Sterling invited him in, preparing tea from the mute fruit blend that helped mask the metallic taste of purified water. "What kind of questions?" "Technical capabilities, where you learned your skills, how long you've been operating here." They seem impressed rather than suspicious, but you know how the Brotherhood can be about advanced technology. They like controlling it. The information confirmed Sterling's concerns about increased visibility. His years of quiet service had created ripples that now attracted attention from exactly the organization most likely to recognize the sophistication of his knowledge. The irony wasn't lost on him. Vault-Tec had obsessed over controlling technology and information, and now he faced similar impulses from the Brotherhood. "I appreciate the warning," Sterling told Cooper, providing payment in the form of repaired components the merchant could trade elsewhere. "Any specific settlements where they showed particular interest?" "Green Garden and Ten Pines Bluff mainly. Places where your work showed the most dramatic improvements. That Scribe Beacon, I think, seemed especially interested in your water purification modifications. Kept asking about molecular level filtration and mineral extraction rates." After Cooper departed, Sterling returned to his work on Sanctuary's upgrade plans with renewed urgency. If the Brotherhood's interest continued growing, he might face a choice between maintaining his anonymous service or revealing his background to provide even greater assistance. Neither option satisfied him completely. The night deepened as he worked, technical specifications flowing from memory onto paper with practiced ease. Each system diagram, each component requirement, each implementation protocol drew from knowledge gained in Vault-Tec's advanced laboratories. He had once used this expertise to design systems that would monitor and manipulate Vault populations. Now he repurposed it for liberation rather than control, survival rather than experimentation. A sound from his shop's front room interrupted his concentration. Sterling moved quietly to investigate, finding Scribe Beacon examining his public workspace with a handheld scanner. She had bypassed his locks with Brotherhood efficiency, though her investigation seemed focused on understanding rather than appropriation. "Scribe," Sterling announced his presence calmly, watching her start slightly before regaining composure. "Generally, customers wait for business hours." "My apologies," Beacon replied, though her tone suggested curiosity outweighed contrition. "I couldn't stop thinking about your technical solutions. They show patterns, elegant engineering that speaks to formal training beyond what any wasteland apprenticeship could provide." Sterling entered his shop fully, maintaining careful distance while projecting non-threatening presence. "And you thought breaking in would provide answers?" I thought examining your equipment might clarify whether my suspicions had merit. She gestured to her scanner readings. Your tools show molecular traces consistent with vault-level manufacturing. Not vault salvage, actual vault production facilities. The observation demonstrated more sophistication than Sterling had expected. His tools were indeed vault manufactured, carefully maintained from his original Vault-Tec field kit. He had thought them sufficiently generic to avoid detection, but Beacon's analysis proved otherwise. You're very observant, Sterling acknowledged, considering his rapidly narrowing options. What exactly are you hoping to discover? Beacon lowered her scanner, her young features showing the earnest conviction that drew many to the Brotherhood's mission. The truth. Someone with your capabilities doesn't just appear from nowhere. Your solutions show deep understanding of systems that were classified even before the war. Either you're the most gifted intuitive engineer in the Commonwealth, or you have background you're not sharing. And if the latter were true, Sterling asked, testing her intentions, what would the Brotherhood do with such information? That would depend on the nature of the background and your current intentions. Beacon's honesty seemed genuine. We preserve technology and knowledge. If you possess understanding that could benefit humanity, concealing it serves no one. But if revealing it would only satisfy curiosity while destroying the service you provide communities, perhaps some secrets deserve keeping. The nuanced response surprised Sterling. He had expected Brotherhood absolutism, not philosophical flexibility. Perhaps the Commonwealth's realities had taught even rigid organizations the value of pragmatism. Hypothetically, Sterling began carefully. If someone possessed advanced technical knowledge from morally questionable sources but now used it exclusively for humanitarian purposes, would the Brotherhood judge the source or the application? Beacon considered the question seriously. Elder Maxon teaches that technology itself is neutral. Its application determines morality. Knowledge gained through dark means might still serve bright purposes. But the Brotherhood would need assurance that dangerous knowledge wouldn't be misused. And if that assurance came through years of demonstrated service, through every technical solution serving community welfare rather than exploitation, then perhaps the Brotherhood's interests would align with allowing that service to continue, possibly even enhancing it through resource support. Their philosophical dance continued as Sterling showed Beacon some of his more sophisticated diagnostic equipment, each revelation carefully chosen to demonstrate capability without confirming origins. She recorded everything with the thoroughness of a trained researcher, but her questions evolved from investigation to collaboration. The water purification system at Green Garden, she eventually asked, could similar modifications work for other settlements? The Brotherhood protects several communities that struggle with radiation in their water supplies. Sterling found himself explaining the technical principles with more openness than intended, drawn by her genuine interest in practical applications. They discussed molecular filtration, mineral extraction, radiation neutralization, concepts that would have been theoretical in pre-war universities but now carried life or death importance for struggling communities. I could prepare technical specifications, Sterling offered, surprising himself with the suggestion. Generic enough for Brotherhood technicians to implement but detailed enough to ensure success. Consider it professional courtesy between engineers. Beacon's smile transformed her serious features. That would be invaluable. The Brotherhood has resources but sometimes lacks the specialized knowledge to apply them optimally. Your expertise could multiply our effectiveness in protecting settlements. As she prepared to leave, Sterling made a decision that would have seemed impossible hours earlier. Scribe Beacon, that hypothetical person we discussed, if they decided to share their background with appropriate Brotherhood personnel, what assurances could be offered regarding continued autonomous operation? She paused at the door, understanding the weight of the question. I can't speak for Elder Maxon, but I can advocate. Someone who has demonstrated years of ethical technology use, who continues serving communities effectively. The Brotherhood would be foolish to disrupt such beneficial arrangements. Some Sometimes the best preservation comes through supporting existing success rather than controlling it. After her departure, Sterling stood in his workshop contemplating the conversation's implications. The careful walls between his past and present showed cracks, but perhaps they had become prisons as much as protections. His knowledge could serve broader purposes if shared appropriately. While maintaining his current practices, he returned to Sanctuary's infrastructure plans with renewed energy, adding annotations that would help others understand not just what to do, but why it worked. If change was coming, he could at least ensure his knowledge was preserved beyond his individual practice. The remainder of the night passed in productive documentation. Sterling created technical guides that translated advanced concepts into practical applications, each page representing knowledge that Vault-Tec had hoarded, now freely given to serve humanity's recovery. The irony satisfied him deeply, using corporate training to undermine everything that corporation had represented. Dawn approached as he completed the initial documentation package. His shop would open soon for another day of repairs and consultations, but the night's work had shifted something fundamental. The question was no longer whether to reveal his past, but how to do so in ways that maximized benefit while minimizing disruption to the communities he served. A final journal entry before sleep captured his evolving thoughts. 20 years of hiding may be ending, but perhaps concealment has outlived its purpose. The knowledge I preserve serves no one if it remains locked in one aging mind. Better to risk revelation than allow useful understanding to die with its keeper. The Brotherhood offers one path, not perfect, but potentially beneficial. Tomorrow brings new choices. Tonight, I rest knowing that whatever comes, the communities I've helped remain stronger for our association. In the end, that matters more than maintaining comfortable anonymity. The morning sun rose over the Commonwealth as Sterling finally sought rest, its light warming a world that continued rebuilding despite its scars. His trading post stood ready for another day of service, tools arranged precisely, diagnostic equipment calibrated perfectly. But change was coming, had perhaps already arrived, and Sterling found himself surprisingly prepared to meet it. His last conscious thought before sleep was of the infrastructure plans waiting on his workbench, technical knowledge transformed into community benefit. Whatever revelations might come, that transformation would continue. The corporate past might finally merge with the humanitarian present, creating something neither Vault-Tec nor the Brotherhood had envisioned. Redemption through sustained service, expertise liberated from exploitation. The shop bell remained silent in these early hours, but soon it would ring with the day's needs. Water purifiers requiring repair, generators needing optimization, communities seeking solutions to technical challenges. Sterling would meet each with the same careful attention, but now with the growing understanding that his service might expand beyond individual repairs to systematic improvement of the Commonwealth's struggling infrastructure. In the distance, a vertibird's rotors announced Brotherhood patrol patterns, their morning flights checking on protected settlements. Soon, perhaps, those patrols might carry technical specifications derived from Sterling's hidden knowledge, spreading improvements across the Commonwealth. The thought brought unexpected satisfaction. Corporate secrets transformed into public benefit, exclusive knowledge becoming inclusive support. As Sterling's workshop awaited the day's activities, miles to the south, in the frost-covered ruins of downtown Boston, a figure in a worn blue Vault suit stirred in the depths of Vault 111. Azure Martinez had awakened from cryogenic suspension 3 days prior, discovering not only the death of their marketing team colleagues, but also the horrible realization that their pre-war advertising campaigns were still being used by wasteland scammers to exploit desperate survivors. As Sterling drifted into sleep contemplating revelation and redemption, Azure began another day of documenting the ongoing damage their marketing genius had wrought. Join us for the frozen apology. The cryogenic pod's seal broke with a whisper of centuries-old air, releasing Azure Martinez into a world transformed beyond recognition. Emergency lighting cast stark shadows across Vault 111's frozen corridors, illuminating pods that had become tombs for those who had trusted Vault-Tec's promise of survival. Azure's body responded slowly to consciousness, muscles protesting movement after decades of suspension, neurons firing in patterns that struggled to reconcile the last memories of October 2077, with the digital display showing a date that seemed impossible. The corporate section of Vault 111 stretched before them in sterile silence, a separate wing designed for Vault-Tec employees who had been deemed essential enough to preserve. Azure moved with unsteady steps between the pods, frost-covered windows revealing the faces of colleagues frozen in eternal sleep. The marketing team that had once collaborated on campaigns promising safety and continuity now lay still, their preservation systems having failed one by one over the centuries, leaving Azure inexplicably alone among the dead. Director Patricia Hendricks remained visible through the crystalline ice of Pod 7, her expression peaceful despite the system failure that had ended her preservation 30 years prior. Azure remembered their last conversation before entering the pods, Patricia's excitement about documenting the first generation of Vault marketing from within, her plans to revolutionize post-war advertising with insights gained from survival. Now she would document nothing, revolutionize nothing, her ambitions frozen as permanently as her form. The pod bay's terminal flickered to life as Azure approached, its interface responding sluggishly to centuries of minimal power. Diagnostic data scrolled past in amber text, revealing the systematic failures that had claimed the corporate section one pod at a time. Power fluctuations, coolant system degradation, automated triage protocols that had prioritized some pods over others based on algorithmic decisions no human had reviewed. Azure's pod had survived through mere probability, a statistical anomaly in Vault-Tec's calculated preservation. Each colleague's pod told its own story of systematic abandonment. Marcus Chen, the graphic designer whose visual language had defined Vault-Tec's approachable corporate identity, had lost preservation in 2187 when a coolant leak went unrepaired. Sarah Blackwood, the copywriter whose slogans had convinced millions to trust their futures to corporate promises, had survived until 2234 before power redistribution protocols deemed her pod non-essential. The terminal's dispassionate records transformed personal loss into data points, reducing lives to preservation statistics. Azure's Vault suit clung uncomfortably to skin that had known nothing but regulated cryogenic temperatures for centuries. The garment that had once represented corporate belonging now felt like a shroud, its cheerful blue and yellow mocking the grey reality of survival among the dead. Movement remained difficult, each step requiring conscious effort as their body remembered how to function beyond mere cellular preservation. The executive conference room lay beyond the pod bay, its long table still set for a meeting that had never occurred. Azure remembered the space from orientation sessions where marketing strategies had been refined with the same careful attention that others might apply to military campaigns. Now dust covered every surface, though less than might be expected. Vault 111's air filtration had continued functioning long after its human components had failed. On the table lay presentation materials preserved by the Vault's controlled environment. Azure's own work stared back at them from faded printouts, campaign mock-ups promising a better life underground, statistical projections of market penetration, focus group responses indicating which messages resonated most strongly with frightened families. Each document represented hours of creative effort applied to selling sanctuary that had become a cemetery. The Trust in Tomorrow campaign had been Azure's particular pride, a masterwork of emotional manipulation disguised as reassurance. The visual elements combined patriotic imagery with family values, while carefully crafted language promised continuity of American life below ground. They had tested 37 versions of the main slogan before settling on Vault-Tec, preserving what matters most. The irony now cut deep. Preservation had been achieved, but only in the most literal and horrific sense. Azure gathered the documents with trembling hands, each page a testament to their role in history's greatest betrayal. Not through malicious intent, they had believed their own messages, had genuinely thought they were helping preserve humanity. But belief without knowledge was its own form of complicity, and the evidence of that complicity now filled their arms with paper that had outlasted its creators. The path to the vault exit required passing through residential sections where the general population had been preserved. These pods showed even higher failure rates, their occupants having lacked whatever priority algorithms had extended corporate preservation. Families frozen together now shared permanent silence, their trust in Vault-Tec's promises having led to this sterile tomb. Azure forced themselves to witness each pod, to acknowledge each face. Though names remained unknown, they had solved the concept, not individual spaces. The vault door mechanisms responded slowly to override commands, massive gears protesting movement after centuries of inactivity. When the seal finally broke, Commonwealth air flooded in, cold, carrying unfamiliar scents, but undeniably alive in ways the vault's recycled atmosphere had never been. Azure stepped out onto the platform, overlooking Sanctuary Hills, though nothing remained sanctified about the ruins spread below. The neighborhood that had hosted Vault-Tec's most intensive sales campaign lay in devastation. Perfect suburban homes had become skeletal remains, their promised security having evaporated in atomic fire. Azure descended toward the ruins, each step taking them further from the preserved lie of the vault into the raw truth of what their marketing had helped enable. The morning sun, filtered through atmospheric radiation, painted everything in hues their color theory training had never anticipated. Days passed as Azure established basic survival in a storage shed that had somehow remained mostly intact. The mechanical processes of finding food, purifying water, and securing shelter provided structure while their minds struggled to process the magnitude of change. Their marketing materials, carefully preserved from the vault, became both historical record and source of profound shame. Each cheerful illustration, each carefully crafted promise, each focus-grouped phrase now read as participation in mass deception. It was while scavenging in Concord that Azure first encountered their work's continued impact. The settlement built within the town's ruins bustled with post-war commerce, traders and settlers creating new life among old bones. But prominently displayed on what had once been a church wall was a familiar sight, a Vault-Tec advertisement, its colors faded but message intact, promising safety and security to those who would invest in tomorrow. The settlement's mayor, a shrewd woman named Marla, had repurposed the vintage advertising to promote her own services. Vault-Tec design principles, her hand-painted editions proclaimed, same quality that preserved the old world, now building the new. She sold questionable shelter upgrades and dubious protection plans, all backed by the borrowed authority of pre-war corporate imagery. Azure watched from the shadows as desperate settlers traded precious resources for Marla's promises, their trust influenced by marketing messages crafted centuries ago. The slogans had outlived their creators, continuing to manipulate long after their original purpose had been exposed as lies. Each transaction felt like a fresh wound, evidence that Azure's work had achieved the dark immortality of sustained deception. The need to act, to somehow counter this ongoing manipulation, drove Azure from mere survival toward purpose. They began documenting every instance of their work's misuse, creating a catalogue of continued harm. In Diamond City, merchants sold Vault-Tec approved products that bore no connection to actual corporate standards. Raiders had adopted the cheerful mascot for ironic intimidation. Even well-meaning settlements unconsciously echoed messaging patterns, their community announcements following templates Azure recognized from their own campaigns. The weight of this documentation grew with each discovery. Azure's shelter, filled with evidence of their pre-war creativity, transformed into post-war exploitation. They developed a system for categorizing the damage, direct scams using unchanged materials, derivative cons built on established trust, and most insidiously, genuine community efforts undermined by association with Vault-Tec's betrayed promises. It was in a struggling settlement called Ten Pines Bluff that Azure encountered Prism, whose family's story crystallized the human cost of continued deception. The young woman's parents had spent their last caps on Vault-Tec certified water purification tablets, sold by a traveling merchant who had wrapped his cons in familiar corporate branding. The tablets were worthless. The family had suffered radiation poisoning, and only Prism had survived to carry both the physical scars and deep mistrust of any promised salvation. The colors, Prism explained with bitter precision, blue and yellow just like the old posters. The way he talked, all those phrases about investing in family safety and proven protection standards. My parents thought anything connected to the vaults must have some truth to it. They'd heard stories about people who survived in them, figured the company must have known something about preservation. Azure's confession of their role in creating those trusted messages met with explosive anger. Prism's rage filled the small space where they had met, years of grief finding a target in the person whose creativity had enabled ongoing suffering. Azure accepted the verbal assault without defense, understanding that accountability required witnessing the pain their work had caused. You sit there in your preserved vault suit, Prism continued, her voice cracking with emotion, looking exactly like you stepped out of the advertisements. Do you have any idea how many people see those old posters and think there must have been truth in them? How many make decisions based on trust your lies created? The question demanded more than apology, it required action. Azure proposed using their expertise to help Prism's community recognize and resist marketing manipulation. Initially rejected, the offer eventually gained consideration as Prism recognized the potential value in understanding the enemy's weapons. Their collaboration began with suspicion but evolved through shared purpose, transforming Azure's shameful knowledge into protective education. Together, they developed materials that deconstructed common scam tactics, using Azure's insider understanding to reveal manipulation techniques. The Trust No Tomorrow workshop, Prism's darkly humorous title, taught settlers to recognize emotional triggers, false authority claims, and the linguistic patterns that separated genuine offers from exploitation. Azure found unexpected satisfaction in destroying their own work's power, each revealed technique reducing its future effectiveness. Word of their workshops spread through trader networks, leading to invitations from other settlements. Azure and Prism traveled the Commonwealth, carrying hard truths about soft deception. In each community, they encountered new variations of old scams, creative criminals adapting vintage manipulation for contemporary desperation. The work was exhausting, emotionally draining, but it provided the purpose Azure had sought since emerging from cryogenic preservation. Maple, a settlement coordinator in the growing community of Starlight Drive-In, proved particularly receptive to their message. Her background in pre-war education helped her understand the psychological principles Azure explained, and she quickly began developing her own curriculum for teaching critical thinking skills to settlement children. They need to understand how language shapes thought, Maple explained during one of their planning sessions. Your marketing worked because it spoke to real fears with false solutions. If we can teach people to recognize that pattern, maybe they won't fall for the next version. The collaboration with Maple expanded Azure's mission beyond mere deconstruction. They began creating positive communication templates, ways for settlements to build trust through transparency rather than manipulation. The irony of using marketing expertise to destroy marketing effectiveness wasn't lost on them, but it felt like appropriate redemption for skills developed in service to deception. Months passed as Azure's network of educated settlements grew. They established a regular circuit, revisiting communities to reinforce lessons and address new scams. Their vault suit, initially a reminder of complicity, became a teaching tool, visual evidence that even corporate insiders could recognize their mistakes and work toward correction. Some settlements began displaying modified Vault-Tec posters with warning labels, transforming familiar imagery into cautionary tales. The work attracted various responses. Some settlers remained suspicious, viewing Azure's efforts as elaborate long-term manipulation. Others embraced the education enthusiastically, finally having frameworks for understanding why they had felt uneasy about certain offers. Most fell between extremes, accepting the practical value while maintaining emotional distance from its source. In quieter moments, Azure maintained their documentation of marketing misuse, creating a comprehensive archive of post-war scams. Each entry included the original campaign elements being exploited, common variation patterns, and successful counter-strategies. The work served both practical and personal purposes, helping future educators while forcing Azure to confront their creative output's dark legacy. One particularly difficult discovery came in the form of a raider gang that had adopted Vault-Tec's visual identity wholesale. The New Tomorrow Raiders used cheerful corporate imagery to create cognitive dissonance, their violence made more disturbing by its packaging in familiar comfort messaging. Azure spent weeks analyzing their tactics, eventually developing warning materials that helped settlements recognize the threat before engagement. The partnership with Prism evolved from necessity to genuine collaboration. Her initial anger transformed into focused determination to prevent others from experiencing her family's fate. She proved particularly effective at translating Azure's technical knowledge into practical wisdom, creating memorable phrases that stuck where complex explanations might fade. Remember the 3 S's became one of her popular teachings. If someone's selling safety through shared symbols, step back and think. Real security doesn't need to borrow trust from the past. Their workshops expanded to include role-playing exercises where settlers practiced resisting various manipulation tactics. Azure found themselves repeatedly playing the villain, using every technique from their corporate training to test participants' defenses. The exercises were emotionally difficult, requiring them to embody the worst aspects of their former profession, but the visible improvement in settlers' resistance skills justified the discomfort. One evening, while preparing materials for the next day's workshop in a settlement called Covenant, Azure discovered their most disturbing legacy yet. A well-organized group calling itself the Vault-Tec Continuation Committee had emerged, claiming to represent the company's surviving interests. They sold authenticated vault positions in non-existent shelters using meticulously recreated documentation based on Azure's original templates. The scam's sophistication suggested dangerous organization. Unlike individual criminals adapting old materials, this group had studied Vault-Tec's methods systematically. They understood the psychological principles, replicated the production values, and most troublingly seemed to have access to genuine pre-war resources that lent credibility to their claims. Azure brought this discovery to their network of educated settlements, sparking discussions about coordinated response. The threat was too large for individual communities to address, requiring cooperation that the Commonwealth rarely achieved. Through patient negotiation and shared concern, a coalition formed, settlements agreeing to share information about the committee's activities and coordinate warnings. The campaign against the Continuation Committee became Azure's most focused effort. They developed detailed analyses of the group's tactics, highlighting subtle differences from genuine pre-war materials that might help settlers identify fraud. The work required revisiting their own creative process in painful detail, remembering each decision that had made the original campaign so effective. During this period, Azure began experiencing what Prism termed productive nightmares, dreams where marketing strategies revealed themselves as transparent manipulations, where focus groups rejected emotional appeals, where truth prevailed over persuasion. The psychological toll of constantly confronting their past work was significant, but it felt like necessary penance for creativity misapplied. The committee's eventual exposure came through coordinated effort. Multiple settlements reported suspicious activities, traders carried warnings along their routes, and gradually the scammers found their targets educated beyond easy manipulation. While the group's leadership escaped into the wasteland's vastness, their operation collapsed as communities learned to recognize and reject their approaches. Standing in the aftermath of this success, Azure reflected on the strange path from corporate marketer to anti-marketing educator. They had begun seeking simple redemption, hoping to somehow balance past harm with present help. Instead, they had discovered that redemption was an ongoing process, requiring constant vigilance against their own work's continued influence. Prism, now a trusted friend despite their difficult beginning, articulated what Azure struggled to express. You can't undo the past, but you're preventing its future. Every settler who recognizes a scam, every community that thinks critically about promises, that's your real legacy now. The work continued, expanding beyond countering scams to building genuine communication practices. Azure helped settlements develop honest recruitment messages, taught traders to build reputation through reliability rather than rhetoric, and slowly watched communities strengthen through transparent interaction. The skills remained the same: understanding human psychology, crafting effective messages, building emotional connections, but their application had transformed entirely. In quiet moments, Azure still maintained their archive, documenting both misuses of their work and successful counter-strategies. The collection had grown substantial, a comprehensive guide to recognizing and resisting post-war manipulation. They had begun training others to continue the documentation, ensuring the knowledge would persist beyond their individual efforts. The Commonwealth stretched before them, vast and scarred but rebuilding. Somewhere in that expanse, new scams were being crafted, old manipulations finding fresh victims, but also spreading were educated communities, critical thinkers, and the hard-won wisdom that trust must be earned through action rather than promised through words. Azure's frozen preservation had ended, but their work's preservation continued, transformed from tool of deception into weapon against it. Their vault suit, now patched and faded from constant travel, no longer felt like corporate uniform or shameful reminder. It had become simply clothing, worn by someone whose past informed but didn't define their present. The cheerful blue and yellow colors remained, but their meaning had changed, no longer promising false tomorrow but acknowledging yesterday's failures while working toward honest today. As Azure prepared for another workshop, reviewing materials that deconstructed their own life's work, they found unexpected peace in the destruction. Each revealed technique, each exposed manipulation, each empowered settler represented small victory over the frozen deceptions that had outlived their creators. The work would never be complete. Human nature ensured fresh attempts at exploitation, but incompleteness didn't negate value. The morning sun rose over another settlement, preparing to learn defensive communication, its light warming a world that continued despite its scars. Azure gathered their teaching materials, checked their documentation supplies, and prepared to spend another day transforming shameful expertise into protective knowledge. Redemption came not through single acts, but sustained effort, not through erasing the past, but through actively countering its continued harm. In the distance, traders carried warnings along their routes, settlements shared information about new threats, and communities grew stronger through transparent cooperation. The marketing messages that had helped doom the old world were slowly being replaced by honest communication building the new one. Azure's role in that transformation remained complex: creator become destroyer, manipulator become educator, corporate insider become community defender. The work continued, would always continue, each day bringing new opportunities to counter old harms. Azure faced them with determination born from understanding their unique position. Few possessed the insider knowledge to effectively combat the deceptions they had helped create. That knowledge came with responsibility, and responsibility with purpose. In a world rebuilding from atomic ashes, purpose was perhaps the most valuable currency of all. As Azure concluded another successful workshop and watched settlers discuss the day's lessons with newfound critical awareness, a trader arrived with news from the western settlements. He spoke of a small community near the ruins of the old CIT campus where a former Vault-Tec salesman had established himself as the settlement's mediator and conflict resolver. The trader mentioned how this Jasper fellow used what he called honest persuasion to help people find common ground, turning his pre-war skills toward building peace rather than selling false promises. Azure listened with interest, recognizing a kindred spirit in transformation, another corporate ghost learning to use their past for the Commonwealth's future. As the sun sets on Azure's workshop, our final tale beckons from that western settlement. Join us for the salesman's second chance. The morning light filtered through the salvaged windows of the mediation center, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like participants in their own gentle negotiation. Jasper Whitmore moved through the space with practiced calm, arranging chairs in the circular formation that had become his signature approach to conflict resolution. Each seat positioned with equal spacing, each sightline carefully considered, the physical environment shaped conversation as surely as words themselves. By 71 years old, Jasper carried the weight of his years with surprising grace. His silver hair, kept neat despite the wasteland's harsh conditions, framed a face marked by lines that spoke of both laughter and sorrow. His clothing was simple but clean, practical wasteland attire that bore no trace of the corporate suits he had once worn with such pride. Only his manner of movement, the careful attention to personal presentation hinted at a past where appearance had been currency and first impressions everything. The mediation center occupied what had once been a small municipal building in the settlement of Haven's Rest, positioned near the ruins of the old CIT campus. The community had grown organically around a reliable water source and defendable position, attracting those who sought stability over adventure. Jasper had arrived 8 years ago, another wanderer seeking shelter, but his unique skills had quickly transformed him from visitor to vital community member. This morning's first appointment involved a dispute between two farming families over water rights, a common source of conflict in the Commonwealth where clean water meant survival. Jasper reviewed his notes from preliminary discussions with each party, not to predetermine outcomes but to understand the emotional landscapes he would need to navigate. The Hendersons felt their seniority in the settlement granted precedence. The Shens argued their larger crop yields served the greater community good. Both positions held merit, both families deserved respect. The skill that had once convinced families to trust Vault-Tec with their futures now served to help neighbors find common ground. Where he had once identified emotional triggers to exploit for sales, Jasper now recognized them as opportunities for understanding. The same ability to read micro-expressions that had told him when to push a reluctant customer now helped him identify when parties were approaching genuine compromise. The center's main room had been carefully designed to encourage cooperation rather than confrontation. Soft colors salvaged from old paint supplies, natural light supplemented by warm lamp glow, plants that brought life to the space, every element chosen to reduce tension and promote thoughtful discussion. Jasper had learned these environmental psychology principles in Vault-Tec training seminars, but now applied them to healing rather than manipulation. A gentle knock announced the arrival of Eleanor Chen, the matriarch of one of the disputing families. Jasper welcomed her with the same warm professionalism he would later extend to the Hendersons, ensuring neither party felt favored or dismissed. She settled into one of the chairs with visible tension, her weathered hands clasped tightly in her lap. Mrs. Chen, Jasper began, his voice carrying the perfect blend of authority and compassion he had developed over years of practice. Thank you for continuing this process. I know these discussions can be difficult, but your commitment to finding resolution speaks well of your dedication to our community. The words were carefully chosen, acknowledging difficulty without dwelling on it, praising participation to encourage continued engagement, referencing community to remind her of shared stakes beyond individual interests. These techniques had once closed sales, now they opened dialogues. Samuel Henderson arrived minutes later, his defensive posture immediately shifting the room's energy. Jasper had observed this many times, how one person's emotional state could cascade through a space, creating chain reactions that derailed productive discussion. He moved subtly, positioning himself to break the direct sightline between the parties while maintaining equal proximity to both. Mr. Henderson, welcome. Your punctuality is appreciated. Before we begin, I'd like to remind both of you of the guidelines we've established for these discussions. Jasper's tone remained neutral but warm, professional but human. We speak from our own experience rather than making assumptions about others' motivations. We focus on finding solutions that serve everyone rather than determining who is right or wrong. And we remember that after this discussion ends, we remain neighbors who depend on each other for our community's survival. The mediation that followed demonstrated the delicate art Jasper had perfected over years of practice. He guided without directing, suggested without imposing, helped each party articulate their needs while truly hearing the other's concerns. When emotions rose, he acknowledged them without letting them derail progress. When discussion stalled, he reframed issues to reveal new perspectives. Mrs. Chen, you mentioned your family's crops feed 30% of our settlement. That's a remarkable contribution. Mr. Henderson, your family's experience with water management has helped us through several droughts. Both of you clearly care deeply about Haven's Rest's well-being. How might we structure water access to honor both contributions? The question shifted focus from competition to collaboration, from zero-sum thinking to creative problem-solving. Jasper watched as defensive postures slowly relaxed, as clenched fists opened to gesturing hands, as two people remembering they were part of something larger than individual interests. Hours passed as they worked through details, Jasper facilitating rather than dictating. His pre-war sales experience had taught him patience. Complex deals rarely closed in single meetings. But where he had once used time pressure as a tool, he now allowed discussions to find their natural rhythm. The result was an agreement that allocated water based on seasonal needs and crop rotation, with both families contributing expertise to maximize efficiency. As the Chens and Hendersons departed, their handshake genuine rather than grudging, Jasper allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Another conflict transformed into cooperation, another fracture in the community's fabric mended. He moved to his small office to document the agreement, his handwriting still bearing the precise curves of pre-war penmanship training. The documentation process triggered memories of another life. Sales reports filed in triplicate, commission calculations, performance metrics that reduced human interaction to conversion rates. He had been good at that work, excellent even, rising through Vault-Tec's sales hierarchy on the strength of his ability to read people and provide what they wanted to hear. The bitter irony that he had sold salvation that became imprisonment would never fully leave him. A sound from the main room interrupted his reflection. Compass stood in the doorway, her distinctive vault suit marking her as one of the recent arrivals from Vault 95. The young woman's posture radiated the defensive uncertainty Jasper had come to recognize in newly emerged vault dwellers, simultaneously superior in their preserved pre-war knowledge and terrified by the chaotic freedom of surface life. Jasper, Harbour said you might be able to help me. I'm having difficulty adjusting. The admission clearly cost her, pride warring with need in her expression. Please, sit wherever feels comfortable, Jasper offered, deliberately not directing her to any specific chair. The choice itself was part of the process. Vault dwellers often struggled with decisions after lives of rigid scheduling. Adjustment is a process, not a destination. What particular aspects are you finding most challenging? Compass chose a seat near the window, her gaze alternating between Jasper and the outside world that still seemed alien despite months on the surface. Everything has so many variables. In the vault, I knew exactly what each day would bring. When to eat, where to work, who to interact with. Out here, every choice spawns 10 more choices. How do people function with such uncertainty? The question touched on fundamental differences between Vault control and wasteland freedom. Jasper had spent considerable time developing approaches for this specific transition, drawing on his understanding of how Vault-Tec had designed their social systems to create dependence. "Let me share something that might help," Jasper began, modulating his voice to its most reassuring register. The vaults were designed to remove uncertainty because Vault-Tec believed, or claimed to believe, that human happiness came from security and predictability. But they confused control with comfort, compliance with contentment. He paused, watching Compass process this mild criticism of the system that had shaped her entire life. Her expression showed neither offense nor agreement, just careful consideration. The surface requires different skills, but they're skills you already possess. They've just been dormant. Every human has capacity for adaptation, decision-making, and resilience. The Vault suppressed these abilities to create manageable populations. Our work here is simply remembering what was always within you. The conversation continued for nearly an hour, Jasper carefully guiding Compass through exercises and decision-making, starting with trivial choices and building toward more significant ones. He shared frameworks for evaluating options, techniques for managing the anxiety of uncertainty, and most importantly, permission to make mistakes without catastrophic consequences. In the Vault, every deviation from protocol was punished. Compass observed during a break in their discussion. Here, people try things, fail, and just try something else. It's simultaneously terrifying and liberating. That's the essence of surface life, Jasper agreed. We build resilience through experience rather than avoiding challenge through control. Each small decision you make, each problem you solve, each mistake you survive, they all contribute to your growing capability. Their session concluded with Compass visibly more relaxed, armed with practical tools for navigating daily choices. She thanked him with genuine warmth, the first authentic emotion he had seen her express without the calculated performance Vault social protocols demanded. As she left, Jasper made notes for their follow-up sessions, tracking her progress while planning increasingly complex exercises. The afternoon brought Harbour, Haven's Rest's de facto leader, for their weekly consultation. These meetings had evolved from formal reports to collaborative planning sessions, Harbour valuing Jasper's insights on community dynamics, while Jasper appreciated Harbour's practical wisdom about survival priorities. The new Vault arrivals are integrating better than expected, Harbour began, settling into what had become his usual chair with the comfort of established routine. Your orientation sessions have made a significant difference. Fewer conflicts, faster productive contribution. Even the other settlers are more accepting when the Vault dwellers show willingness to adapt. Jasper nodded, remembering the initial resistance to accepting Vault 95's refugees. Surface dwellers often resented what they perceived as Vault dweller privilege, while Vault natives struggled with the loss of technological comforts. His workshops had addressed both perspectives, helping each group understand the other's challenges. Integration is always possible when both sides recognize shared humanity beneath surface differences, Jasper observed. The skills I teach Vault dwellers, decision-making, adaptability, conflict resolution, benefit everyone. Similarly, surface dwellers learning about Vault psychological conditioning helps them understand behaviors that might otherwise seem arrogant or helpless. Harbour studied him with the direct gaze that had made him an effective leader. You know, in all our years working together, you've never shared your own story. Your understanding of Vault psychology, your techniques for reading people, they speak to more than casual observation. The moment Jasper had long expected had finally arrived. Harbour's trust and respect made continued concealment feel like betrayal, yet revelation risked everything he had built in Haven's Rest. He considered his options with the same careful analysis he applied to mediation challenges. My past contains elements that might change how people see my present work, Jasper began carefully. I focused on current contribution rather than historical confession, but perhaps you deserve fuller context for evaluating my place in this community. Harbour's expression remained neutral but attentive, We've all done things we're not proud of to survive. Pre-war, during the bombs, after. What matters is who we choose to be now. The compassionate pragmatism in Harbor's response encouraged Jasper to continue. I worked for Vault-Tec, not in the vaults themselves, but as part of the sales force that convinced families to purchase admission. I believed I was saving lives, offering survival through superior corporate planning. The discovery of what actually occurred in those vaults, the experiments, the betrayals, the reduction of trust to data points haunts me still. Silence stretched between them, weighted but not hostile. Harbor processed this information with the same steady consideration he applied to all community decisions. Finally, he spoke with characteristic directness. That explains your insights into Vault psychology and your dedication to helping others adapt. You're seeking redemption through service. Redemption may be too grand a word, Jasper replied. I can't undo the trust I helped betray or restore the lives lost to corporate deception, but I can use the skills developed in that system's service to now serve human needs directly. Every successful mediation, every helped vault dweller, every strengthened community bond, they don't balance the scales, but they add weight to the positive side. Harbor stood, extending his hand in a gesture that carried more meaning than simple farewell. Your past informs your present but doesn't define it. I've watched you work for 8 years, seen the genuine care you bring to helping others. That's the man I know, the one our community values. The rest is history, worth remembering but not worth dwelling on. After Harbor's departure, Jasper sat in contemplative silence. The confession, limited though it was, had lifted a weight he hadn't fully acknowledged carrying. Harbor's acceptance didn't erase the past, but it validated the present, confirming that transformation was possible even for those who had participated in systems of betrayal. The evening brought his regular group session for Vault adaptees, 12 individuals at various stages of surface integration. They gathered in the main room, chairs arranged in the familiar circle that promoted equal participation. Jasper had developed this format through careful observation, noting how traditional classroom arrangements reinforced vault hierarchies while circular seating encouraged peer support.
Welcome, everyone.
Let's begin with brief check-ins. Remember, sharing is voluntary but encouraged. Who would like to start? Marcus, one of the earlier arrivals, raised his hand with the automatic response vault conditioning created. I made a decision this week without consulting anyone. Chose to plant carrots instead of potatoes in my garden plot. Spent 3 days anxious about potential consequences before remembering that the worst outcome would be learning carrots don't grow well here. The group's gentle laughter carried understanding rather than mockery. Each had faced similar struggles with decisions that surface dwellers made without thought, but which paralyzed those trained to follow protocols rather than trust judgment. That's excellent progress, Marcus, Jasper affirmed. Notice how you moved through the anxiety instead of being stopped by it. Each independent decision builds confidence for the next one. Who else has experience to share? The session continued with various members describing challenges and victories. Sarah had negotiated prices with a trader for the first time. David had disagreed with a work assignment and proposed an alternative. Compass shared her earlier conversation with Jasper, describing the frameworks he'd provided for decision-making. Throughout the discussion, Jasper facilitated with subtle skill. He drew out quieter members without forcing participation, redirected when conversation veered toward unproductive comparisons with Vault life, and highlighted connections between different experiences. His pre-war training in group dynamics, originally intended to manage sales teams, now served to build supportive communities. I want to share something with all of you, Jasper said as the session neared its end. My own background includes time with Vault-Tec, though in a different capacity than your experiences. I understand the corporate culture that shaped Vault life because I was once part of it. This history informs my work, but also reminds me that transformation is possible for anyone willing to pursue it. The revelation created a ripple of reactions through the group. Some showed surprise, others understanding. A few displayed the calculating assessment Vault life encouraged. Jasper weathered them all with calm acceptance. allowing each person to process the information in their own way. Does that change how you see us? Sarah asked, her question carrying layers of meaning about identity, perception, and the possibility of change. If anything, it deepens my empathy, Jasper replied. We're all products of systems that shaped us, but we're not prisoners of them. Every day on the surface is an opportunity to choose who we want to be rather than who we were programmed to be. That's true for former Vault dwellers and former Vault-Tec employees alike. The session concluded with renewed energy, Jasper's selective transparency having created deeper trust rather than distance. As members departed, several thanked him for sharing his truth, recognizing the vulnerability in his admission. Compass lingered, approaching him as the room emptied. Your techniques for managing people, reading emotions, guiding discussions, they're from sales training, aren't they? Her observation carried no judgment, just curiosity about connections between past and present. The same skills differently applied, Jasper confirmed. What once served to manipulate for profit now serves to facilitate for mutual benefit. The techniques themselves are neutral, their application determines their morality. Compass considered this with the analytical mindset Vault education had reinforced. Then perhaps our Vault conditioning isn't entirely negative. The discipline, attention to detail, ability to follow complex procedures, they just need redirecting toward chosen goals rather than imposed ones. Exactly, Jasper smiled, appreciating her insight. Every experience, even negative ones, can provide tools for future growth. The key is conscious choice about how we use what we've learned. After Compass departed, Jasper began his evening routine of documenting the day's sessions. His journal had grown substantial over the years, filled with observations about human behavior, successful intervention techniques, and patterns in conflict resolution. Where he had once tracked sales metrics, he now tracked community health indicators, relationships strengthened, conflicts resolved, individuals empowered. A knock at his door interrupted his writing. Outside stood a figure he hadn't seen in over 30 years. Evelyn Marsh, who had worked in Vault-Tec's regional office during his time with the company. Age had changed her features, but not the sharp intelligence in her eyes or the careful way she assessed her surroundings. Hello, Jasper. I heard rumors of a former colleague building new life out here. Had to see for myself if they were true. The arrival of his past in physical form created a moment of vertigo. Jasper had built carefully separated worlds, his Vault-Tec history and his Haven's Rest present, and Evelyn's presence collapsed that separation. Yet, he felt no panic, only the calm that came from having already begun the process of integration through his earlier confessions. Evelyn, please, come in. It's been a very long time. She entered with the same poised movements he remembered from corporate meetings, though her business attire had been replaced by practical wasteland clothing. They sat in his office, two relics of a dead corporation trying to navigate what connection meant in their transformed world. I've been traveling the Commonwealth, documenting what became of Vault-Tec employees, Evelyn explained. Some died in the bombs, others in the vaults they thought would save them. A few, like us, survived to face what our company actually was. I'm trying to understand how we process that knowledge. The project intrigued Jasper, a systematic examination of corporate complicity and individual response. He shared his own journey from sales excellence to community service, describing the slow transformation of skills from exploitative to supportive purposes. Evelyn listened with the focused attention that had made her an excellent analyst, occasionally asking clarifying questions. You've built something meaningful here, she observed after his narrative concluded. Not atonement exactly, but transformation. Redemption. I'm still searching for the right word. Perhaps there isn't one word, Jasper suggested. The process is too complex for simple labels. We were cogs in a machine we didn't fully understand, using skills we developed for purposes we believed benign. Discovering the truth created an obligation not to achieve impossible redemption, but to ensure our capabilities serve better purposes going forward. Their conversation continued deep into the night, two former colleagues processing shared history and divergent responses. Evelyn's documentation project had revealed various patterns some former employees had hidden entirely. Others had confessed publicly. A few had tried to rebuild Vault-Tec in new forms. Jasper's path of quiet service through transformed skills represented one of the more successful adaptations. "Would you be willing to be interviewed more formally?" Evelyn asked as their discussion wound down. "Your story could help others struggling with similar histories, not just Vault-Tec employees but anyone who discovered their life's work served harmful purposes." Jasper considered the request carefully. Greater exposure risked the quiet life he had built, but Evelyn's project might help others find their own paths toward meaningful contribution. The decision required the same analysis he taught Vault dwellers, weighing risks against benefits, individual comfort against collective good. Yes, he decided. If my experience can help others transform their skills toward positive purposes, sharing it serves worthwhile goals. But I'd want to review any documentation before distribution, ensuring it captures nuance rather than simple narrative. Evelyn agreed readily, and they spent the next several hours in formal interview. Jasper described specific techniques transferred from sales to mediation, the psychological challenges of recognizing complicity, and the daily practice of choosing service over exploitation. His answers were thoughtful and complete, informed by years of reflection on these exact questions. When Evelyn finally departed near dawn, Jasper felt a sense of completion. The compartmentalization that had protected him during early transformation was no longer necessary. His past and present had integrated into a coherent whole, not without scars but functional and purposeful. The new day brought its usual rhythm of mediations and consultations. Word of Jasper's background had begun spreading through Haven's Rest's efficient gossip networks, but reactions were more curious than condemning. His years of service had built a reservoir of trust that could weather historical revelations. During a brief break between appointments, Harbour stopped by with a question that revealed his continued processing of Jasper's confession. "The Vault dwellers you help, do any of them know about your history? Does it change how they receive your assistance?" "I shared it with yesterday's group session," Jasper replied. The response was surprisingly positive. They appreciated understanding that transformation is possible for anyone, that even those who were part of Vault-Tec can recognize its harms and work against them. Harbour nodded slowly. "Maybe that's what real redemption looks like, not erasing the past but transforming its lessons into better futures. Your sales skills now build communities instead of exploiting them. That's a kind of justice, isn't it?" The philosophical question lingered as Jasper returned to his work. Another water rights dispute, a conflict between traders over territory, a young couple seeking premarital counseling to build strong communication patterns. Each session represented small victories of cooperation over conflict, understanding over assumption. As weeks passed, Jasper noticed subtle shifts in how the community engaged with his services. Knowledge of his past had paradoxically increased trust rather than diminishing it. Settlers appreciated that his insights came from deep understanding of human psychology rather than mere intuition. Vault dwellers especially valued learning from someone who understood corporate conditioning from the inside. The work continued with renewed purpose. Jasper developed new workshops addressing specific challenges, helping traders build trust through transparent communication, teaching parents to encourage independent thinking in children, facilitating community discussions about resource allocation. Each program drew from his sales background but inverted its purposes, using understanding of influence to build resistance against manipulation. One evening, while reviewing his growing collection of successful mediation records, Jasper experienced a moment of profound satisfaction. The skills that had once convinced hundreds to trust Vault-Tec now helped dozens navigate conflicts peacefully. The ratios were imbalanced. More had been harmed than helped, but the direction was correct. Every resolved dispute, every empowered individual, every strengthened community bond added to the positive side of his life's ledger. Compass arrived for one of their continuing sessions, her progress remarkable since their first meeting. She moved with confidence now, made decisions without paralyzing analysis, and had begun helping other recent Vault arrivals with their own adaptations. Her transformation exemplified what Jasper hoped for all his clients, not just survival but thriving. "I've been thinking about your story," she said as they settled into their discussion. "How you transformed from serving corporate interests to serving human ones. It gives me hope that our Vault conditioning can be similarly redirected. We don't have to remain products of our programming." "That's the fundamental truth I've learned," Jasper agreed. "We are shaped by our experiences but not enslaved by them. Every skill, every pattern, every piece of knowledge, they're all tools. We choose how to use them. Your discipline, attention to detail, ability to follow complex procedures, these aren't Vault weaknesses but strengths waiting for worthy application." Their session evolved into collaborative planning for Compass's own project, a peer support network for Vault adaptees that would formalize the informal connections already developing. She would use organizational skills learned in Vault 95's rigid structure to create flexible support systems for surface integration. Jasper provided guidance on group dynamics and facilitation techniques, passing on transformed knowledge to the next generation of community builders. As night settled over Haven's Rest, Jasper made his final notes of the day. His journal had become more than personal record. It was a training manual for future mediators, a collection of successful techniques and learned wisdom that would outlive its author. He had begun teaching interested settlers his methods, ensuring the community's capacity for peaceful conflict resolution wouldn't depend on one aging individual. The transformation from Vault-Tec salesman to community mediator was complete, but the work continued. Tomorrow would bring new conflicts to resolve, new Vault arrivals to orient, new opportunities to use old skills for better purposes. Jasper faced them with the steady confidence of someone who had found meaning in the ashes of previous purpose, who had discovered that redemption came not through grand gestures but daily choices to serve rather than exploit. His small office in the mediation center had become a space of transformation for himself and others. Where he had once closed sales that led to betrayal, he now opened dialogues that led to understanding. Where he had once used emotional intelligence to manipulate, he now applied it to heal. The skills remained constant, but their application had inverted, creating a strange symmetry between past and present that felt like balance rather than erasure. As Jasper prepared for rest, he reflected on the unexpected peace that came from integrated truth. His confession to Harbor and the Vault adaptees had not brought the rejection he had feared, but rather deeper connection through shared honesty. Even Evelyn's documentation project, which would spread his story beyond Haven's Rest, felt like appropriate culmination rather than dangerous exposure. The morning would bring new challenges and opportunities to practice the patient art of building understanding between conflicting parties. Jasper would meet them with the accumulated wisdom of two careers, one that had served corporate deception and one that now served human connection. The skills transferred perfectly, only their purpose had transformed. In the quiet of night, with Haven's Rest settling into sleep around him, Jasper felt the deep satisfaction of alignment between capability and purpose. He had sold false promises for half his life, then spent the second half helping people build true agreements. The mathematics would never balance, too much harm could never be fully counted, but the direction was right. The daily practice meaningful, the transformation genuine. Tomorrow, Compass would begin building her peer support network. The Hendersons and Chens would collaborate on water management. Harbor would continue leading with wisdom informed by Jasper's insights on group dynamics. Each represented seeds of positive change planted through patient work, growing beyond what any individual could accomplish alone. The salesman had found his second chance not through forgetting his first, but by transforming its lessons into tools for building rather than exploiting. In a world broken by corporate betrayal, such transformations offered hope that skills developed for harm could be redirected toward healing, that people shaped by corrupt systems could choose to serve better purposes, that redemption came through sustained practice rather than single moments of atonement. Haven's Rest slept peacefully. its conflicts managed through dialogue rather than violence, its vault refugees integrated through understanding rather than forced conformity, its community strengthened through one man's determination to use his talents for building rather than breaking trust. The work would continue tomorrow and all the days after, each mediation adding another small stone to the foundation of a better world built on the ruins of the old. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow Vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.